wyoming/Rollins/board.nsf. That would be this page. Now I know that Myra's given you a different one to use that would also work, but this is the one that's probably going to be linked onto your city webpage, so that the public can get to the public site and you could also get to the authenticated site. So I'm going to log in as myself here, which is mean I'm an authenticated user to your system. But I will not see anything confidential because I don't have that kind of access.
Is this one live?
Yes, and we are live, just like all work sessions.
Okay.
Now this is the other way that the other screen you might see where it's a little bit longer URL up here, and then you would have a login would pop up right here. But since I'm already logged in, it already knows that I am. But if this is the site, the page you would come to, you would click here and you would click on login, and then when you log in, you would get that same screen you saw me use, and then you would be taken to this page. So when we do this, this is your, what we call the featured page. This is like the movie marquee. Here's the featured movies. So here's the featured meetings. Here's the featured pieces from the library. Here's the featured policies, whatever you might choose to put out there, that Myra chooses to put out there on this front page. So these will change from month to month as to what meetings are placed out here, because these are the upcoming meetings. Now you see here 2 for the 15th and 2 for the 5th. The regular in the work session and the regular in the work session also for the 15th. Over here, this is kind of divided into 2 pieces here. Information over here about the city council meetings, where they are, when they are, city council members down here at the bottom. So I believe you've been using Board Docs since 2015, I think I remember, something like that. But so you have some history here inside of Board Docs, and I'll show you where that is. So this side of the screen over here is where meetings will appear. It's also where Myra can make available to you some pieces from the library that are so important, or a new policy that's so important that she wants to put it out here on the front page. She's the one that controls that. It's your site. We just provide the back end of holding it up there for her to make use of. So the featured tab brings you to this page. The meetings tab, when I click on it takes me a little bit deeper. It opens up one of those meetings that I had clicked on before. This is your Tuesday, December 15th meeting, but that's the one that I clicked on. But here, these are the ones that are featured right here at the top. So if I wanted to look at the work session, here's the work session, 5:15 for Board Docs training. And then 6 o'clock for your continuation of your council training, Parks and Recreation. What you see over here are different icons. Now I'm logged in as somebody right now that has level of access somewhat close to Myra's access. So I'm going to see more icons here than you typically would. This is where you would click to see your agendas. This is where you would click to print your agendas. This is where you would click, and this will not be shown on your screens right now, because this is where Myra would put the minutes of this meeting after they are approved at the following meeting. Then they would be populated here, and this button would appear, and it would say View Minutes. This is a button that is something that Myra would be the only person that sees. This is what it says Launch MCP. MCP stands for Meeting Control Panel. What this is where she goes in and takes the notes, takes the voting, records who voted how during the meeting live, real time. And what happens is that when she creates that and indicates that that motion has passed or who voted for it, that information automatically appears at the bottom of the agenda item immediately for the public to see. So it's very, very transparent to your public. Over here on the left-hand side, these are all past meetings that exist within Board Docs. So if you see up here at the top, it says Search Meetings. So if you wanted to search for when a particular person's name was on an agenda, you could type in that name up here, and it would search through all of these agendas all the way back to 2011. It would search anything that's in those, not only actually looks like, you click on View the Agenda. And now this is obviously a very short one. Work sessions, the black bars are categories of your meeting. And here's an item underneath there. It's Parks and Recreation, Public Works recommendation. Here's an attachment for that in the handbook for that particular meeting. But what I'm going to do is take a step backwards here and go to another meeting here. I'm going to come back to one of your meetings from 2020 and look at this regular meeting from December 1st of 2020. When I click on that and I click on View, this shows you a little bit more of what your agenda really would look like for a regular meeting. The black bars are category, section titles, whatever you want to call them. And then underneath that section or category title or individual agenda items. So this one is highlighted, so very much like email. Whatever you have highlighted on the left-hand side of your email panel shows up on the right-hand side. So that's exactly the same the way this Board Docs works. Call to order appears over here. It's the name and date of the meeting, the category that it comes from, the name of the agenda item, the fact that this is public, you're a public body, it has to be, and what kind of an item is this? Is this going to be voted? Is the meeting going to be voted in the session, or is this going to be a procedural thing of where the chair would call the meeting in session, and that's what this means. Then underneath that, and you will probably see more content here than I will, there is a public content area. That's where Myra will place information that the public can see. There's an administrative content area. The public never sees that information. They don't even see these words. They don't even see the public content words. We would see whatever is contained in the content. But information would be placed here under the administrative content that is more confidential than what the public can see, because under Wyoming statute, there are certain things that you can withhold from the public, whatever that might be. They could be placed here in the administrative content, or there is a third content area, which is called executive content, and that is more exclusive yet. That is information that only you as council members would see. The difference between that and administrative content is that anybody that has a login to your Board Docs site can see the administrative content. The executive content, you have to have higher level privileges to be able to see, as in you as council members. Yes, question, please.
Yeah, just so you know, and for the new council members to know, we do not use those second two categories. For transparency's sake, we don't want to be even walking a line of not putting things out accurately. But it could be used if there was ever a personnel issue. I mean, it exists, but it's very strong that we do not.
I think it's better just use one section.
Yeah.
And everyone.
Yeah.
So, just, if that was used, who would write in that executive content? Who would type that in there?
The person that created the
Yeah.
agenda item.
Yeah.
And that's one reason we don't do it, is because then people with upper access could see it. Like, the clerk would be able to see all of it, because they're the super user.
Yeah, and executive content would be just council only, so yeah, I see that.
And when we want to have a more like a sensitive conversation, we'll go into executive session.
Yeah.
You know how that works, and so I don't really see any purpose for those for us personally. We may even be able to just take them out possibly.
And you can turn them off if you choose.
Okay.
Oh,
There
good.
we go. I think that would probably be good.
That's something you can do in the back end.
Okay.
I will do that this week.
And what you're saying basically is that you want to be very transparent with your public, except on those things that are really, truly, very, very confidential, that only is something that the council members should see. And that can be handled very easily as a handout, and it's collected at the meeting, so it never gets out. And that's done quite frequently across the country. But public information, perfect example right here, public hearing. Clicking on this, it moves on down to the next thing. A little bit about public content here. copied, pasted in, it can just be typed in, but also on this next item, you see there's a little icon right here. This icon means that there is an attachment to this item. So when I click on this item, here's more background information, and here there are actually two individual items of attachment, the council legal notice and an amendment. So to open it, just like an email, you see an attachment to an email, you click on it, and it opens up in a separate panel, just like an email does, and you see the legal notice there. You close it by clicking on the X of the tab at the top, again, just like email. It's structured very much that way. There can be any number of attachments to any single agenda item. It doesn't matter. It's totally up to however Myra and the staff wants to structure that. This could be 2 attachments. It could be 7 attachments. It could be 20 attachments. It does not matter to the system. Each individual file has a maximum size of 100 MB. Yes, sir.
Could I interrupt you just for 1 second? I just wanted to insert a comment. So in end of January, we're going to do the council department head retreat to set up our goals and what we want to accomplish as a city. And one thing that's really cool about this system is right about where his mouse is hovering, we can put in here that, let's say, one of our council agenda items is something that works towards one of the goals that we set at the January meeting, and then it'll stand out. I think it goes in red. It says this item that's going to be approved tonight is one of the goals of the city. And so that way, all the time we can see, oh, we're making progress towards our goals. So anyway, that's something we're not utilizing, but we will right after we have that retreat. So it should be a really cool thing.
Right, it is. It's a very, very powerful tool for you as city leaders to say, here's the goals that we set, and they would be listed over here in the library. But then when an item is put on the agenda that has something to do with one of those goals, that individual goal will be referenced in the item. Now, I don't know if you've got anything in there. I don't think you do, but I can show you that on a demo site that I'll flip over to here in a few minutes.
That would be great.
But yes, it's a very, very powerful tool. So, as I said, any number of attachments can be made there. Again, this is just looking at your past agenda. You see all the attachments, all the items that have attachments here for that meeting of December 1st. So, those are your meetings. The agenda tab appears up here. Let's say you're looking at a meeting before the meeting actually happened, and you see, oh, I want to look at what does our policy say about it, or I want to check something in the library on this, or whatever. You can click on those tabs and go into this. You want to come back to the item, you click on the agenda tab, and you will come back to where you left in the agenda. It's like a bookmark. Policies, not sure how you're going to be using those, but your policies, there's the airport board, the board of adjustment, different policies that exist that have been placed in there by Myra. So they're available for you to look at, and I'll show you that they are searchable. The library over here has 4 pieces to it. Board members, and when you click on any one of them, there's a little bio information about them, how long their term is, that type of thing. It's all there for the public to see. It is public information. Another piece is what gentleman was just talking about with the strategic goals. Here's an example of one. Information, compilation, and distributed. So what this is a goal, and here are separate goals inside of it. To compile ED resources, to create a brochure, and to create a website. Those are the pieces that you're going to do. So any item that you put on your agenda that has something to do with this goal, for instance, if you're contracting with somebody to create a website for you, and that is an agenda item for you to approve that happening, then inside of that item, you would list this goal directly right inside of the item. And then I'll show you on my site, which is a little bit more fully developed, how that tracking process happens.
And they can't actually see the goal because it's not published. I was just playing with it, so.
Sure, okay. Makes sense. An events listing, can become a listing of events there, but it's not all the events going on in the city. It's when are the governance meetings? When are your council meetings? When are the other types of meetings that you have there in the city? It can be a nice handy one-stop place for you to see when is the next council meeting for both you as well as for your public. And the top piece here of the library, which is the general, doesn't have anything populated in there, but I'm going to flip over to my site here in a little bit and I'll show you some examples of how that can be used. Up here in the black bar, the little house would go back to your web page for the city of Rawlins. Now, your meetings are searchable. You saw that. Here you see that your library is searchable. And that's wonderful, but I want to search both. That's what this magnifying glass does. This is going to search all of your meetings, all of your policies, all of your library entries, all of your minutes once they're approved and put back into Board Docs. And it's also going to search every single one of your attachments by word inside of the attachment. So if you wanted to see when did we pay the bill to, you could put in whatever name up here in the search field and it would find it. But I'm just going to type in the word minutes in here because I know you have them already out there on your site. And it found over 250 examples of where the word minutes was used someplace in one of your agendas or one of your library items or something. So here are different types of where the minutes are used all across the spectrum of all of your meetings. Here's an attachment. These are agenda items. So you wanted to look at that attachment. Oh, that's the one I wanted to look for right there. I want to click on it, and it brings up those draft minutes for you. The navigate there button would take you actually to that item in that agenda for that meeting, where this item originated from. I'm going to close that, and I'm back to this page. So this looks at your information. And again, it's going to show you the public information for your agenda. This is looking at yours that's available to the public. So they can search it. They might want to know when are things happening, when are things going on, when did the council do whatever. This meta search is not available to the public. The meta search is available only to people that have login access to the system. But it doesn't search your information. That's what this search is for. This search is going to search all of the public information of all of the Board Docs subscribers across the country. So you can click on this to indicate you want to use the meta search. And then here, if you wanted to search on, let's say, city, I just typed in the word city. And we're going to go ahead and search for that word on literally over 5,000 sites across the country. And you're going to come up with city name, Portland, Maine, here's one in Oklahoma. Board Docs is used, like I said, over 5,000 organizations across the country. Going to be agenda items, but you can also limit this. You can limit this to, I don't know if there are other Wyoming cities that make use of Board Docs, but we'll check it and see. Looks like get a lot of Rawlins here. But this is where you can expand beyond this. Your staff typically finds this very helpful as they're preparing an agenda for you as to say, what are other people doing about this? So they get a flavor for what's going on across the country. The largest city that I've trained in the 10 years that I've been doing training for Board Docs is Raleigh, North Carolina. It's a city of about 650,000, something like that. That was an interesting training. It took me a week because I trained 190 people there. But it's just the whole piece of you can make this work for you to find out what other people are doing about that particular whatever you type in up here. The X closes it, and then we're back over here to this person is the next one. When I click on that, this is where you would change your password. So when you're given your password, you would enter your old password once, change your password twice, and click on Change Password. When that's done, you are the only person that knows it. Myra doesn't know it, has no access to it. I can't get to it. Our office people cannot get to it. Our back office people. There's nobody that can get to that file. It's totally locked up. So if you happen to forget it, then you can call Myra and she can reset it to be whatever she tells you, and then you would go in again and change it so that you are the only one that knows your password. Another piece of this, obviously, is log out. This is Board Docs Help. This is a user's guide geared to your level of access. Now, I'm logged in as somebody at Myra's level, so I'm going to have access to how do you create an agenda. You don't want to know how do you create an agenda. You just would be able to see the things that a board or a council member would be able to see. This is the URL, this is the phone number for our support staff. Call them whenever you have a question. As I said, the only question they cannot answer is what's my username, what's my password. They have no access to that. That's up to Myra. Using the online help system, again, just some additional information. Now, these are instructional videos. These bottom ones here, you probably would not have access to them at all because you do not create the users. You do not create the meetings. You use them, but you don't create them. So how do you navigate Board Docs? If you wanted to watch that video, you could click on it here and it would bring up the video and start playing. Here's one on searching. So if you wanted to know about how you search things, you could watch that video to follow up or just to look at it again. So coming down here, if you wanted a cheat sheet on what do I need to be able to do to know how to do as an executive person, here's what I can do as an executive person. 1, 2, 3, 4 of how do I view archived meetings? How do I view library documents? How do I search all documents? One here for publishers, which you would not have access to, one for administrators, and one for you as executives, and then people that would submit items, which again you would not do. So that's available to you to make use of. It's broken down, very straightforward. And if I click on something down here, it's got pictures. We don't just say, here, do this. We show you a picture of this is what you should do. I'm going to close that tab up here at the top, and I'm back to your page. Over here, this says City Council. That's because that's the City Council that's using Board Docs. If it was the school district there, it would say the wrong school district or whatever it might be there. But it's just an identifier of whose site is this, whose meetings are we looking at. So I'm going to show you a little bit more developed site that I have here, my demo site. These are meetings that are featured. Here they are, all kinds of meetings. Maybe it's important to us we keep a 2020 meeting from March out here for some reason. Myra's the one that takes care of putting these out here and taking them away. But this is the featured page. It's going to show you the things that are featured. Here are policies, if you make use of those, and if you decide to put them out, like here's the new ordinance, or here's the new policy that the city has come up with. We publicize it for a while. Documents, these come from the library. So again, whatever you put in here is what you decide needs to go in there. But examples, you might have a newsletter you send out on a weekly basis, and you could archive it here. That's it. This is your archive to store those documents, so they're always available. They are always searchable, so anybody that wants to can find them. So it's an easy process for them to find. Back over here, event listing. One of the upcoming meetings, again, 2013 is a very much past meeting. Let's just leave it out there. You can leave whatever. Myra controls this, what's out here. But I want to show you your goals here. Now, this is one for personnel and safe schools that I'm going to click on. So the goal is, here's our goal, and here's the sub-goals or objectives underneath it that we want to accomplish. But then when we scroll down a little bit farther, there's an administrative content area, an executive content area, if you want to populate those. But then here is the progress. This is a listing of every single item on every single agenda that reference this goal. So what have we done about personnel and safe schools? Here's the list of items that we have acted upon in the attention to is this icon right up here. This is social sharing. Now, I have on my site everything turned on. That is the ability to copy the URL onto my clipboard, the ability to email information about that item to anybody I wanted to, based on my level of access. I could put it on my Facebook page and my Twitter page. Well, I don't have a Facebook page, personally or professionally. I just don't have the time to do it. Now, that'd be a different story with my wife. But if I wanted to email the content of this to somebody, I could click here, click on my email. It brings up my email with the content already being the name of the meeting and the name of the item and a link to that item by URL, and I simply address it to whoever and send it off to them for them to see that. So if in your conversations with someone there that they say, when did you do that on the city council, you could point them to this. They could do the search, or you could do it for them and send them an email and say, here it is. Here's the item that we actually talked about. So it saves you a ton of searching time. It's all there for you. You can search it and find it in the agenda, and then send that to someone that has asked that question. I'm going to close that up, and we're back to my site here. So you have those kinds of abilities here within the library. The general piece of the library, as I said, can be different pieces, different newsletters if you wanted, if that's something that you were in the habit of publishing there on a weekly basis as to what's going on in the city of Rollins. You might publish this on a monthly basis, whatever. If you wanted to store it here for archival purposes, because it is word searchable, it's a handy tool for you to make use of. Everything out here in your library, everything in your policies, everything in your meetings are word searchable, including the attachments, as long as, of course, that they are created searchable. What that means is if you attach a handwritten letter, that's fine. You can do it, you can attach it, but it's not going to be searchable. The title would be, but not the content. As long as the content is searchable, it's totally searchable within Word docs, and the search engines would find that. So that's a quick run through, so that I can get this done by 6 o'clock for you, so you have time in between this and to get ready for your next meeting. But I would like to ask if you have any questions.
I think there's a lot, but it just too so quick, that it was very helpful, and there's a lot of good things that's available through the board docs that can be utilized very well. So,
I think it's good to know that
yeah,
as we've had administration changeover, we're going to start using board docs a lot better. Like the goals, we really want to look at the library. It just takes time, and we need to have the clerk in place to do that. So, but like I said, you guys can always reach out to me or the clerk. Even when the clerk comes, you can still reach out to me, or you can call the 1-800 number.
I think it's just gonna take a little while to sit down and investigate,
Yeah.
I
Are you guys all comfortable with how to log into the meeting tonight and vote?
You used a nice word. I would say go play with it. You can't break it.
Can you just show them what it looks like when they go into MCP or whatever it's called on their side?
Well, they don't have access to the meeting control panel. That's where you take the notes during the meeting.
Can you show them your side, like whatever it'll look like when they're in a meeting, just so they can see it really fast? I don't know what it's called because I'm not a voter.
Okay, so when they would see the actual meeting for the agenda, okay.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Like just what
I
it'll
watched
look
the
like.
MCT for this meeting,
Perfect.
and this is where Myra would go into and take her notes. She would approve this as being the roll call and save that, and then she would have the ability here to jot down comments or whatever she wanted to put into her minutes. This is something that only she would see, and it does create a set of draft minutes for her automatically, so that by when the meeting is over with, she has a set of draft minutes ready for her to make all pretty. Now, if you look at some of these items, you see action. This one would have to be voted upon. Again, this is on my demo site. It's a motion, so there's a motion tab up here at the top. So Myra would click on the motion. She can modify the motion as to whatever she wanted to do here. accept, whatever it might be that she wanted to type in or you instructed her to. Then she would indicate who made the motion. Again, this is my demo site. Who seconds the motion, and then she could take the vote. And as the vote is asked for, if it's voted upon, she could click unanimous and all the yeses fill in. But if Alvin here says no, she could change the vote to no. There also is the ability to open online voting.
And that's what we
And
do.
that's what you do. So what this means is that when she would do this, instead of doing what I just did here, I'm going to come down to a different aisle. She would open this up and she would say, there's the motion. We're going to say who made it. And who seconded the motion. And when she would click on open online voting. So what this is her screen. It's not your screen. You would not see this. But you're on the agenda, just like we were before. As soon as she clicks on that button, no matter what you've got on the screen or what item you're on, she's saying that you are required, you're being asked to vote on this item. So it's going to appear on a box right in the middle of your screen with the motion listed, and then you have three choices to vote. Yes, no, or abstain, whichever way you click. As soon as you click it, it would show up on her screen, and she would know that you voted.
Did you show us
When
that
everybody
screen?
voted, she closed.
Did you show us that screen alone, like where the council members vote?
Yes. Let me go stop this,
That's what you.
and
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to open up.
Well, and I didn't even know it was a
screen
simple
here.
pop-up box, so I bet you guys can get it. Like, plus she'll have all the current council to be like, push yes, or push no, or just push a button. Well, and then so it sometimes takes it a minute to go through the interwebs to me, so sometimes I'll be staring at somebody like, have you voted yet? And you have voted, it's just not made it to the computer yet.
I'm gonna log in here as a.
How often do you have to refresh these during the meeting?
Yeah.
Cause I've noticed quite a bit.
Does the page require a lot of refreshing?
Well, as they move down, as the individual council member moves down the agenda, you just click on the next item and it automatically shows up.
And I've never had to
Just
refresh
like
my
an
page
email.
on my side.
No,
Just the
You don't
problem we
need
have tonight with that.
Have you experienced that, Ari?
A lot of times mine will go on the blink and then I'll just hit the refresh button. Boom.
Okay.
I wonder.
That's exactly what it did to me earlier. I was like,
Well, it does,
what
does
happened?
that,
Or Daryl knows that.
I
there's
think-
some consistency.
If your screen goes to sleep,
Oh, they use it. You've got 80 megabytes per second. So
I can tell you
it's
that,
not a speed. It's not a speed
that,
issue.
there's times when this thing
thinking browser.
messes up on you, just, I'm gonna vote manually.
How would you?
Yeah.
and we've had that issue more when the computer goes to sleep. Cause then I think the computer,
right, that could happen. Right, you people check to make sure your timers are set long enough.
and I changed Jabari's screen.
So.
Yeah.
I see.
It's hard with these
Yeah,
I
maps.
don't know.
And that only usually happens when there's a long discussion, it's not typical, and from what I've seen in the last 6 months, helping.
Just moving mouse over.
Is it brown? Is it
But we can't
you
change
use Chrome?
Chrome.
I think we're
They asked us how to handle
Here's an example of what that would look like. See, I'm on a different item, and here's return to open session, which is this one. And if I wanted to vote, here's the motion that I'm being asked to vote on. Have to vote, abstain, no, yes. When I click yes, you voted yes, I have the ability to change my vote up here in the upper right-hand corner. When I do that, it opens it up again, as long as Myra has not closed the voting. So she's the one that controls how long this voting is left open. Of course, that's the chair's said yes, and I can change it back to be that. I change the vote, I go back to yes, and let's just move it over here. Now you see it's a yes, so it changes up instantaneously. As soon as she closes that online voting, then you see on my screen as a member, I don't have that any longer. The box disappears. I can no longer vote. But as soon as she then records this as all the votes are being taken, and she saves that information up here at the top, that's when it automatically is placed on the agenda for the world to see as to how the vote came out, so that it's available for everybody immediately to look at, to see that night, the next morning, as to who voted how and whether the motion passed or not. So basically, they kind of have a real rough set of minutes right away, because they're seeing the motions and the voting that actually took place during the meeting, live time.
Thank you so much. I think this was really helpful. And thanks for going over that last part, since I had never seen that either.
Sure.
But we do have our next people are ready to go, so, thank you for
Okay.
your time. I appreciate you doing it after hours.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
It's not November.
Welcome, and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for free. Please enter your access. You entered 43426. If this is correct, press 1. To re-enter your access,
It's like any program.
you are the only participant in the conference.
Since we're just
We
on
got
one
a-
session.
Still on procession.
Yeah, we're in the
You had
training.
the pre-work session. Everybody.
Good, how are you? Did Aaron say if you knew the number? Did he reply? It's the same number.
Let's see if you responded.
You have to be here. So at those screens, do we have to wear masks?
Still in the mandate.
You entered access code 43426.
Green's not because your job, heard about you.
Yeah.
Not because of the program.
Are they bulletproof?
I was just thinking.
I don't think they heard that much
It's the
about
boxing, it's to prevent the boxing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you wanna
you.
wait
Get
for.
a nice picture of you guys on the other side. And on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the one,
How are ya?
so.
Just if you pass on, yeah, you can just go ahead and get started in
You know,
the workshop. If Aaron buzzes in, buzz in.
You know, whatever.
So,
Not so long.
One
How long to do it?
designated spot. So, well, thanks everyone for being here. So that's,
We need to move that.
There's more room now. I just have to.
so we're just continuing our, training from last time. So Dan, Mike, as you know, he's retiring pretty soon, and so Patty is gonna be filling in today to talk about Parks and Rec. And then, we have, Public Works that will go after that, and then, Pam will do for Downtown Development Authority. So we'll go ahead with that. And thank you.
Thanks, John.
I'm on page 43 of your book. 43 through 46 is me, okay? I just want you to know that that information is very accurate because I update that on a regular basis. There are 4 things that I want you guys to know about Parks and Recreation. Is that we work towards the quality of life that people move to Rollins for. We work very closely with tourism because that's what we are, we're Parks and Recreation. We work in customer service business, and sometimes Parks and Recreation isn't considered that, but we all know that we're there. And there's a lot of work in recreation, a lot of work in recreation. And it's an annual job. Just because the parks aren't green doesn't mean that we're not still working in the parks. So the very first thing they cover in this little manual is the parks, the green spaces. There are 9 parks listed, 75 acres. The cemetery has a lot of acreage in it. That's us too. That's the maintenance. The park that I want you guys to identify, are you ready? Question of the day. Where is Island Park?
I was just gonna ask that.
It's on the corner of Date and 8th Street and 8th Street. It's just that little triangle, right? Okay? And I used to call it Day Park because it was on Date Street. I like that better. But evidently Island Park is the formal name, okay? It's got a wonderful pavilion that was donated by, oh gosh, I can't remember who, but it was donated. I think the Historical Society donated that to us. And we were gonna put it somewhere else, but it fit perfect on that little island. It's a bus stop. Isn't that awesome? So if you ever ride the school bus, that's where you meet it, okay? Like I said, there's 75 acres. Those acres last year were maintained by 3 full-time people. We're looking for 2 new people that'll be full-time for us. That'll help out a lot. And we had 5 seasonals last year. We have a real big challenge there when it comes to hiring. And because of our pool is so small in Rollins, but they're also very substantially, evidently, independently wealthy, that they don't need that summer job. So we usually have a pool of about 3 and hire 3. Another challenge is the weather, of course. Then we're not revenue generating for the city. That's a really big challenge to be able to keep the budget without generating any revenue. But when you really think about it, we are kind of sort of generating revenue. If you look at the tourism dollars and the money spent in Rollins, that type of thing. So another big challenge is vandalism. It happens on a regular basis. If you want to burn it down, evidently Bolton Park's the place to go. That bathroom has been a target for years, and we're trying our best to deal with it. But in the last year, you have seen the platforms in which your playground equipment on replaced to a mulch. There are playground standards, international standards, national standards, and state standards. So bars have to be so far apart, slides have to be so far from whatever, swings have to be so long. And needless to say, we do have those wonderful people in the Parks Department that make sure that happens for us. There's a state inspector that comes down once a year and inspects our playgrounds. So it's a lot of work keeping those playgrounds up. A lot of the rewards are, of course, happy people, full parks, clean parks, and a staff that's trained. And that's where another challenge is to find that training. We don't work by ourselves. The Recreation Division interacts with a lot of other divisions within the city. We work with Community Resource a lot. We work with DDA a lot. We work with a lot of other nonprofits on a regular basis. We're not just about the parks. We're not just about the shooting range or the golf course. We're about getting events to our events. We work with the hospital. We work with a lot of people in the golf course to get things going within the community. We help people help themselves. The high school, we're constantly blending with the high school in things like tennis and football and practice fields and indoor practice areas, places for their children to play indoors also. So the department, the recreation center, they said we couldn't do it, but we did it, right? We paid for that in less time than we had, and look at that. I mean, when I first moved here, we didn't have a rec center, and it's not like the rec department wasn't busy, but they didn't have a central location. And it's really hard to have programming without that central location. We have wonderful programs, and we still do. We have a lot of things for kids to do. We have a lot of things for adults to do. And honestly, with our new employee this year, we've had a lot of success in rounding those programs and collecting them back together. So the Recreation Center has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full-time employees. We do shift work, so we're open from 5:30 to 9 o'clock in the winter. In the summer, we're 5:30 to 8 o'clock. We're open the weekends in the winter, but not in the summer, because, hey, you know, nobody's home in the summer, in the months. So we have football, baseball, basketball, softball, all that kind of stuff. And we support all those other programs too, because we mow those ball fields. So we're pretty much into that. We, at the recreation center, have all that wonderful fitness equipment. We rely a lot on grants for things at the recreation center, as well as capital funding. This year, I believe we're going to replace the carpet at the rec center, because it's only 109 years old. And it wore out really fast, which is wonderful. That means there's a lot of people on it, right? Right now, our challenge is COVID, but we've been able to overcome that challenge with a wonderful sanitation system. And now we're introducing a new checking your kid to program system, where we've got a QR code that you can answer the questions before you get in the building. And we have those wonderful little face thermometers that you walk up to and it says E or yay.
Is that the same system that the school district uses for checking like kids going to sports?
No, it's independent,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if they use a QR code, but we've gone to the QR code system because it's user friendly and it's on our end, it's recorder friendly. So, and they'll have to be checked before they even walk in the building, which is what they do in the real world, and we haven't done that before, so. And this is for adult sports too, so we're not only doing that, but we're doing that for the adult volleyball that's running up. And then the shooting sports that are happening now, and that brings us to the indoor-outdoor ranges. Now, I want you to know that these ranges are supported heavily by donations and the Friends of the NRA. We have one of the largest banquets in the nation, right here in our county. It raises a lot of money, and that indoor range benefits the outdoor range benefits. The system that they have now in place for target retrieval, the indoor range was replaced by a grant from them. We also, the outdoor range, the concrete to facilities, to traps, to all that stuff, that's where we get those grants in, and we're very thankful for that. In that, we've built that up, that advisory board that you all have is very active in doing this. They don't say, what can we do? They just say, we're gonna do this. And they do it right and they get it done, and I just have to find the money. And sometimes that's easy and sometimes that's really hard. But they also work for companies and are not afraid to ask them for donations. So we've always been able to facilitate things very easily out there. The outdoor range, of course, is open from May to October, the end of October. And we bring in, we have now developed the long range enough that we bring in 56 shooters 3 times a year. And those shooters do not belong to the state of Wyoming. Those people come in from New Jersey, California, Australia, to shoot our long range. Because we are one of the only that have developed that program, that target system that reads itself, those kind of things. This is a very special range. It's the only one of its kind in southern Wyoming. The indoor range is special because there's not very many indoor ranges to start with. And our retrieval system is not on a pulley system. It's on a battery system, so it's a computerized system. The gentleman that runs that, we have one full-time gentleman, he's brand new and very good at his job. We hire a part-time in the summer because the hours are so extended in the summer. You know, sunset is really a long time. So, and weekends, we're open a lot on the weekends. The crown jewel last year was the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course. It really, I've been here a long time, I watched it be built, I've built, that is, last year was the best it's ever been. We brought Robert in as the maintenance director, we have Kevin out there as the golf pro, and both of those gentlemen are just absolutely amazing out there. They're, when their season starts, their life ends. They are so very dedicated. And they don't have to be. They could be like us, everybody else, and just do the 8 to 5 thing. But honest to gosh, Robert was out there on weekends. Kevin was pulling carts out on Sunday morning. You know, so, and it's not like they don't have help. It's just that that's their pride and joy, and they bought into that. So, they have seasonals that are getting harder and harder to find. They train their seasonals, because most of the seasonals they hire haven't even been on a mower. So it's wonderful to know that some of those seasonals come back year after year until they graduate from college, and then we lose them. But it's, Rochelle has been amazing for the city of Rollins. It's brought in people, and being right there on the highway, sometimes it bothers golfers, because you can hear those trucks go by. But man, I'm telling you, people can see that and say, wow, that's really cool. And last year, it was a sight to be seen. I have a son-in-law that comes up from Texas every year. He golfs everywhere, and last year was the best. He says, I've never, ever been on a course like this. And he's been a lot of places, so it's very challenging, which it should be. We don't want to just play golf just to play golf, right? We want to be challenged.
I think, wasn't it in for Wyoming voted one of the best courses, or it was top 10 courses in Wyoming, right, last year?
That one magazine, the Golf Week magazine, voted as number 2 in Wyoming.
Yeah.
But all the 10 that were, other ones that were mentioned were private courses.
Mhm.
We are one of the very few in the state that is open just to walk in and pay your $6 and go. So, questions?
I think, honestly, Robert needs a lot of credit for that, right? I don't think he gets enough credit in some places. I mean, I'm an avid golfer, I go out there all the time, right? And that was the best that I've ever seen that course for one. And that guy put in the work, right? Those days on end, he'd be out there, sunset, you know.
You also post 5Ks out there.
We have a great time at that golf course, as well as we do at the rec center. I mean, we've hosted a 5K inside the rec center before because the weather was so bad, right? So we're that place. We're that place that we should be. We're not just that place on the hill. We're in your homes. We're in your Facebook, which is harder than you think to maintain. Just so you know, Facebook is a bummer sometimes. But as I found out, we had a junior rifle program that had one person enrolled yesterday, and it's full. I just posted once on Facebook, and boom, everybody came alive again. It's after the first of the year, ta-da. So it's not, you know, we do a lot of things for a lot of people. We have an amazing senior group that supports us, which we need in Rollins, America. You always need that support from the seniors. We have an amazing middle-aged group that supports us. We have some facilities that are unique to the state, and right here in Rollins, right in your parks and recreation. So, as I said, I was really excited when Mr. Micah asked me to do this, because this is, sorry, I'm very passionate, as you can tell, but I've been here for a long time, and this means a lot to me. Okay, I'll leave you with that.
Hey, one real quick question, Patty.
Yes.
I know, you mentioned Kyle Berkshire in here. You know, I got the pleasure of meeting the gentleman and being out there when he done some stuff. I know he had talked about this as a kind of a publicity thing to come to the golf course. I know he talked about, he wants to be the next person to break the longest drive, world record for longest drive, right? And I do know that Rollins was on the list and to possibly be the course that he breaks that at. So do you know where that's at? Has Kevin talked to him personally?
It's not on, is being supported by, what do they call those, sponsors?
Yeah. I know Callaway's the
We're
biggest.
not on that list anymore.
So,
We were on his good list.
yeah, he comprised the list, and I mean, Rollins was 1 and 2 on that list to break it, because for one, we had the longest hole in the Wyoming, and it was just the way the wind blew on that hole and everything else, so.
Right, so with his sponsors,
Kind of,
moved to a different area. Did I say that
Dang it.
correctly? Jeez.
well, no, I mean,
We were
it's a,
bummed.
yeah,
We were
that's
bummed.
a
We were
heck of a
bummed.
deal to have.
But he loved us the whole time he was here. He just loved us so.
Yeah.
So, and I want you to know too that when people like that go to the golf course, they don't just go to the golf course. they stay in Rollins, America. They eat in Rollins, America. So it's like, it's all about the whole experience in Rollins. So when you think about Parks and Recreation, think about the entire experience, not just the specialties, not just the special events, but the whole entire experience. And I hope that we're doing a good job for you. I hope that we can continue to do that good job. And like I said, in the winter doesn't mean we're stagnant. The rec center is buzzing, but the parks are sharpening, mulching, cutting. The golf course is trying to get ready for next season because that's like next week almost. I mean, it's April. April is when that golf course opens. So March is too late. January and February is all they've got. So I know that we're all looking forward to that season again. But hey, there's winter golf too. So get your little orange golf balls out. Holes 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are open.
We've
You
thought
also ride
about
your bike out there.
just
Yes, you can. Ride your bike, walk your dog, now it's time to do that. Okay, and that walking trail, gorgeous. Okay, use that too, because a lot of people use that this year. There was such a big change for us this year. I mean, with the recreation center shut down so long, the golf course did a bang up business because you could be outside. And even those people that didn't golf were outside. And the walking trail was busy. The shooting range was busy. So, and now's the season where things at the shooting range are moving indoors because everybody got that new gun for Christmas and don't know what to do with it or how to shoot it. So, and like I said, you have 2 advisory boards, the golf advisory board and the shooting advisory board that are very active in both of these areas. And I know that the golf advisory board will probably be here in a couple of months, if not next month. And the shooting board, like I said, they're just amazing to work with. These gentlemen from all their little areas and ladies have given time as volunteers to make these improvements and make these things active for you guys. So thank you very much. Do you have any more questions? Yes.
How old do you have to be a seasonal park employee?
Well, we're talking about that because there could actually be a youth crew this summer, because we might have a youth crew leader. So youth crew is under 18. Anything else is over 18.
So 16 to 18?
14 to 18.
Okay.
wow.
Yeah. Might have
Yes,
an employee for you next
I
year.
know, right?
So would they need to get waivers if they did a youth program in, or how?
As an employee, you have already dealt with a waiver type thing, but yes, you would have to have permission from your
They're
parents.
lower age?
Right. So we found out that some of the things that we've been doing, could use that. And we've had youth groups before. I think it's just in the past 3 or 4 years that we haven't. And they've been very effective. I mean, it's teaching kids how to be responsible and where to be responsible and act on the job and how to interview, all those kind of things, get them ready for the real world. So, and I forgot to say, we have music in the park. And we're gonna do that this year. We're trying very hard to plan starting the middle of July. So we'll just do 4 instead of 8. Because from all my contacts that I've gotten, no one else is really gonna start before then either in the state. So Cheyenne has a big one in the plaza. And I always count on those people to rotate up or down. We share within the community, so, and we're on Thursday night, so we kind of are that, let's make some money while you're staying in Rollins. That always brings those groups in. I want you to know that the people that contact them, that give them the hospitality, Mike's Big City and the Cotton Tree, those are the places that they know and they remember, and they write back and say, we had a really great experience in Rollins. The people are wonderful, the experience was great. And they drive in the sunlight and drive out in the sunlight, so they've seen us. So, we're working on it, and we're constantly up there, so thank you for your support and your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Danielle.
No, you can, I'm done.
So I don't really want to follow Patty now. She did such a great job.
You can sit down then.
I'm not even sure what page to be on, I'm sorry, I just brought some little notes for
47.
myself. Okay. So this will be easy, because Public Works is the best department, so, I'm kidding. Public Works is actually made up of several different divisions, so I'm gonna kind of go through them. If you guys have questions for me, let me know, because I am going to do just a very general brief overview. Otherwise, I'd be up here all night with you guys. So one of our divisions is streets. They take care of 86 miles of streets, 45 miles of alleyways. They have a pretty wide range of duties. They do plowing, street sweeping, patching, and just, I guess, overall maintenance of our streets and alleys. They do sign repairs, street closures for special events, and then they also dig and prepare burials for services. Another division is treatment, which is really made up of water treatment and wastewater. So water treatment actually treats water for both Rollins and Sinclair. We treat in the summer about 5 million gallons per day, which is pretty awesome. So I'm also really excited to tell you guys that last year we won Best Drinking Water in Wyoming. And next month, we will be representing Wyoming in the national competition. It will be virtual. We can't attend in person because of COVID, but we're going to take first place, so excited for that.
Do you mail them our water?
We did. We had to, yeah. So we had to mail them a half gallon of water, which is kind of interesting, but yeah, it'll be good. So our main water supplies are the North Platte, the Sage Creek Basin, and the Nugget Wells. It's the coolest system. I'm planning on taking you guys hopefully this summer for a work session, because we get our water about 40 miles south of town, and then it's gravity fed into Rollins. I totally geek out on our water system. It's super interesting. So on the other hand, we have wastewater, which is not as crappy as it sounds, I promise. It's actually super interesting too. So we treat between 1.5 and 2 million gallons of wastewater a day. Our wastewater treatment consists of 3 aeration ponds, which we just got a new aeration system installed in, which is really cool too. We have 2 settling ponds and then 2 finishing ponds. And then after the water has been tested and is safe to release, it goes back into the North Platte River. We also have our utilities division, which again is water and sewer. They maintain 125 miles of water mains, 90 miles of sewer mains approximately. They do have a large scope of responsibility. They do metering, backflow prevention, sewer cleaning, water breaks. They maintain our pedestrian tubes, and especially in the winter, which can be sometimes challenging because they like to drift a lot. They help with snow removal. They do burials as well. They maintain our fire hydrants with the assistance of the fire department too, who does a lot of the testing, painting, things like that. They're over stormwater. They do manhole repairs, and I'm sure I'm missing some other things for them too. We have our community development division, which is really kind of encompasses our planning and zoning, our building, and then community development. So they are the support staff for the Board of Adjustments and the Planning Commission, which are statutory boards for you guys. They make recommendations. Well, I guess with the exception of the Board of Adjustments, they are the final say for variances. We administer Title 15, which is our construction ordinance code, Title 18, which is subdivisions, Title 19, which is zoning, and then Title 20, which is annexations. So we issue building permits, contractors licenses, we perform inspections, we work with developers and people in the community that want to develop any developments. We are kind of the keepers of the land use regulations, things like that. We also have our shop division, which is made up of 3 full-time employees, and they take care of all the city equipment and vehicles, with the exception of the recreation equipment, the mowers and things like that. They do have their own maintenance person for that. But they service 217 pieces of equipment. And that's annual services all the way to if they have a major break, you need to replace a tire, anything like that. So we also have facilities maintenance, which takes care of our buildings. We have 43 city facilities. They do janitorial, they do repairs to HVAC, they do door repairs, they hang picture frames. I mean, they do a lot of different things. They also they supply all of the city facilities with paper products, trash bags, and kind of keep that inventory for any of those needs within any location. So we also have landfill and recycling. So our landfill, they're very compliance heavy with DEQ. So we are always looking at regulations and trying to stay in compliance with that. They process over 10,000 tons annually of waste, which consists of household or MSW waste, construction and demolition, metal and green waste. And then we have our recycle center on the other side. These two divisions definitely intermingle quite a bit and they help each other out immensely. But recycling processes over 500,000 pounds of recycling annually. And they do this all with 2.5 employees, which is pretty awesome. They actually pick up from numerous businesses throughout town. They work with some of the waste haulers as well who have recycling programs. They've even been recognized on several occasions and received different awards. Twice since I've been here, they've received awards from DEQ for their innovation and service. And then they've been recognized by Interwest Paper for their recycling efforts too, because of the large amount that we do take for the size of our town. A huge thank you to all the citizens that support that. We have huge support at the Recycle Center, which is pretty cool. So that covers the divisions. I do want to touch on a couple other things. We do not do the maintenance in the cemetery. However, the cemetery is a really big part of Public Works. We do all of the record keeping for the cemetery. We schedule burials, we sell plots, we work really closely with the funeral home and families of those that have lost somebody. And it's not always our favorite part of the job, but I think it's a vital part of the job. And then the staff of Public Works typically, like I said, streets and utilities mostly prepare those burials as well. And then I also wanted to touch a little bit too, because I wasn't entirely sure where to put this under what division, but we also provide administrative support to the Urban Systems Committee, which is a cooperative board between Carbon County and YDOT. That board actually allows the city of Rawlins annually to get federal funding that kind of goes into a pot and sits there until we decide how to spend it. It's a 10% match. It is heavily regulated because it's federal funded, but we can do some different projects with that related to streets within our community. It can also go towards like pedestrian walkways and things like that. So you guys will actually, I wanted to touch on it a little bit because as this council knows, and you guys will soon learn, we have some projects we've been working on, I think 5, maybe going on 6 years now. One of the big ones is a pedestrian underpass that would cross Higley Boulevard over at Harshman in Aberdeen area. And that would tie into our existing walking path infrastructure and connect the Highland Hills area to the rest of the city and tie that, give them a safe crossing and things like that. Some of the other priorities that have been listed is a light on Higley and Murray, Airport Road reconstruction, and then the extension of Higley to eventually what would be Alton Lane, or at least to a frontage road that would run in front of like Verizon Subway, Shopco, and the hotel there. So we have some pretty exciting projects. We've actually done the recon work with YDOT on that, so you guys in this budget year will be seeing some of that coming forward. So again, I wanted to kind of touch on that. So we do have a lot of projects going on at Public Works. I'm not going to list all of them. If you guys want any details on them, let me know. But I did want to touch on some really big ones. We have the Springs Rehab Collection Project coming up, which is huge for us. We currently still have 7 miles of wood stave pipeline out south that we need to replace and upgrade. The life on that is 100 years and we're at about 103. So it is that we've got its use, but we need to replace that. Walnut and Edinburgh rebuilds have already started. We're in the design phase of those still, and we're at about 90% on both. Those are really exciting projects because they're full rebuilds with all new utilities and the addition of storm sewer in Edinburgh too. And those are funded through the 6 penny or specific purpose tax. We just last month, and this is super huge too, got approved by DEQ for our vertical seed construction and demolition expansion. That gives us an additional 26 years in our current C&D pit, which is huge for us. That means we don't have to go create new roads. It gives us some time to really plan what we're going to do in the future, and puts us in a good position, which we will actually be coming to you guys February 2nd work session to talk to you about the landfill and kind of where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going, and some different options. So I'm pretty excited for that. And then I'm sure you guys have all heard that we have FEMA mapping updates, which has been a pretty hot topic in Rollins. They've pushed that out to 2022, but that's going to be ongoing in the meantime. And then another thing coming up is our Title 16 RV or trailer park ordinance. A couple months ago, it was brought up by a citizen, addressed by council, and asked the staff to review that, so we are working on that. It'll go to the planning commission and then, come to you guys this year, so that's some exciting things, among others, lots of streets projects and fun stuff too. We have 40 full-time, 1 part-time employee at Public Works, and they're awesome. I love all of them. They do a really good job, and I guess that kind of summarizes if you guys have questions for me. And then the only other thing that I would add is I went through that pretty quickly, and it was a lot of information. So if any of you have questions or want to sit down with me, or if you want to go see something, I am good with that. I mean, Public Works is pretty cool. We do some awesome stuff. So I would just throw that out there, but if you guys have questions.
Now, I don't know if you mentioned the river rights, water from the river, the 2 rights that we received one from Sinclair, when we tied in with them, and then they lend us one in that agreement. We can get water from the river.
Yes.
You
I
mentioned
just
the sources.
kind of quickly touched on we get from the North Platte, the springs, and then the Nugget wells, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, the water rights get very confusing for me, so it's really hard to follow. I do know, because Carl and I actually, our engineer today, looked at our water rights, trying to figure out what we use and what we have available. And I could provide you those numbers because he actually just sent them out. But we're well under what we could use. We have the potential for growth definitely there, which is good.
One question, I guess under the walking tunnel that's gonna go under Higley, is that part of the 6 penny?
So that would actually be funded through the urban systems funding. So that is federal funding, and we would work directly with YDOT. So YDOT actually they fully pay for the planning of that. There was no out of cost with the city because of our cooperative agreement for the urban systems committee. So as long as we move forward with one of the projects that they did the planning on, we don't have to pay that back. So currently we have just over 1.5 million sitting in that pot of urban systems funding, and we will only have to match it 10%, and the rest will be through the federal money.
Okay, now what about the light that you talked about for Murray and Higley? What's the funding type for that?
That would actually be the same funding. However, I've recently received some new information on that through YDOT. So it is actually not warranted through YDOT, which means a couple things. We could still proceed with the light as the city, but what happens is that puts the maintenance costs back on the city. So I did ask YDOT, how much is that? Are we talking 5,000 or what does that look like? They anticipate that it would be about $4,600 a year. And then every 5 years, it would be between 40 and 100,000 because they have to upgrade it. The other big thing that they really stressed a lot in our conversation was that because it's not warranted, if there was an accident there, the city actually takes full liability. So let's say there was an accident and that goes to court, YDOT will say, we said this was not warranted, we do not back the city in this case. So that is something that that alone, not even factoring in the cost, would be very concerned with recommending to you guys. And that is a conversation that I thought we would have because ultimately I will defer to city council and how you guys want to move forward, but I would again stress that that's a huge concern for me.
The other thing is also their oversized load route, right?
It is currently, yes, because it is technically the bypass to kind of go around and have set higher speeds and heavier loads. Yeah, that one is definitely unique. I've learned since we started, I mean, I think last month had that conversation with YDOT, trying to get it ready for the budget coming up this year. And I think they told me seriously 20 times about the highway, so. Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah.
concerning. We do not want to do that. So, yeah, do you guys have any other questions or? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. I look forward to working with you and continuing to work with you guys, so.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you very much, and we have one more presenter, Pam with PDA, so we'll turn this time over to her.
Forgot my poster. You know me and my visuals. Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm just so excited to be up here. We had tried to plan this for some of the new council, old council a while back, and just didn't work out on schedules with COVID and everything. So I did want to just go through. I got some handouts to get to you guys. We've been busy. I think all of you guys know I'm the executive director of a special district. And so in your packet, I just wanted Myra, when Myra and I were talking, I said I really want to make sure that people realize that we are a special district. We have a special district board that is appointed by the city council. I was gonna bring cake tonight, but I thought I would wait till October 19th, and we will officially celebrate 30 years, which is really cool, 30 years as an organization. So we have that coming out this year, and we have some really exciting things planned. Again, the people in the downtown petitioned 30 years ago. Some of the original people on the board were Sherrod France, he was the president, Dr. Scott Thomas, Della Vivian. That's how we got started, that there was a group of individuals in the downtown that wanted to create, through the Downtown Development Act. And so I just wanted to make sure you guys, we are a statute board also, we follow statute, follow city ordinance. I kind of laugh sometimes when people say something of being accountable, and I said, I have accountability and local requirements to the local, at the county level with special district. I have at the state level through the Wyoming Business Council, because we are actually run, the Main Street program is a very highly top 5 program of the Wyoming Business Council's programs. And then at the national level, so we actually follow the National Main Street Center, which has over 4,000 Main Street communities in the United States. So it's not just some little program, whether it's Main Street or DDA, it has a lot of backing, a lot of hardcore numbers, which I have a few to share with you guys tonight. But I think one of the big things that happened, and it happened in 2015, which is the GAMSA, the Great American Main Street Award, which is like the Oscar, and we say that and kind of laugh, but it really belongs to everybody. We were the first ones pretty much west of the Mississippi that won this award, and it was a big award for everyone in the state, in this county, in this city and in the downtown, and everybody working together. When I mean everybody, I still remember when I was up on stage with a lot of people who paid their own way to get there to be on stage when we won this, that people were crying, and they were all ages. I remember Nicole Dahl was up there pregnant with Payson, that they paid their own way, and because they are invested in the downtown. So I'd be remiss to say that was something that we all won together. And they're actually, we got word this year that Patrice Fry, who's the CEO of the Main Street Center, says, and she was here a couple of years ago and visited us and was so amazed how we've continued to thrive. But some people win the Main Street Award, the GAMSA, they put it on the shelf and they're like, okay, we're done. I can go through a list, we've almost accomplished more since 15 than when we won the award. And so they're talking about doing another round or another level to see if the GAMSA, the Great American Main Street people, can win again or go to the next level. So there's some little challenge out there that I'm kind of excited about. But also I thought was interesting is, I had seen this before and I kind of wanted to go back and look at this, to talk to you guys today about what the DDA and the Main Street, about a downtown and why North American, why it contributes to the bottom line of a lot of municipalities, and just that we're the core of the community. But in the competition between municipalities and the state for jobs, and I'm talking Sinclair and BLM, the school district, and WSP, is, if it's location, you may be a remote learner, but when you're done on the remote, you want to go eat somewhere, you want to go do something. So I thought it was interesting that I had found in this planning newsletter online for 2020, they were talking, not a DDA, not a downtown, not a Main Street, but how a national planner was talking about the importance of the downtown. And then we are bound as a district. There's so many times that I get asked, and this is our statute district that we have expanded once since the original time in 1991. That is our job now. I'm not saying we don't. We play and partner outside the sandbox, as I call it, a lot with other agencies locally and across the state and even nationally. But we are bound by a designated district. We sit in statute, in state statute. It is part of the Urban Renewal Agency. There are some organizations or some cities in Wyoming that have an Urban Renewal Agency, which is a bigger district. We have talked about the council over the years, have talked about taking the DDA and actually turning it into a URA. I'm not saying that, I remember Jim Wells, this is dating myself, and I've been in this position for 15 years now. I was like 2 years into this job and said, yeah, we're gonna turn it into a URA so we can do the West End or we can do somewhere else. And I'm like, oh, I still felt like I needed to get my feet underneath me as a DDA. But there are those options. So I want you guys to know that under statute 15-9, we sit under urban renewal. So, that is an option for this governing body. So I wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to talk about that we are one of the largest employers in the county. Now, when I say that, people say, what are you talking about, Pam? In 2019, we did a study, and we do it every 2 years, and so I haven't done it, of course I did it every 2 years. But in August of 2019, we had 380 full-time employees in the district that make their livelihood, that come either to eat or to shop or just, so I think it's important. Pardon me?
Or the carbon building.
Well, you look at the carbon building, but but I'm thinking about that, there's a lot more, and then I was just having fun today with numbers because I'm a numbers geek at times. I looked at the 210 census about what the average Wyoming salary is $56,000. I thought, well, that's kind of high. So I took 40,000 times the 380, and I went, gosh, it's $15.2 million of salaries that come in this district. We have another additional than 127 part-timers. So we have over 500 employees in the downtown blocks. And so we are the downtown district is one of the largest employers collectively. So I just thought that's kind of information. The other thing is, and this is going to be my little fun little thing, is about our volunteers. And I actually wore my volunteer t-shirt. My husband's like, what are you doing wearing a t-shirt today? But I'm like, because it's about volunteer level. In 2019, we haven't finished our numbers yet quite. We had over 3,600 hours of volunteers. which correlates when you go to the national sector where you get your volunteer, over 100,000 hours of volunteer time that work on our 4 committees. We're a volunteer-driven, community-driven downtown. So I kind of did this fun little chart, my daughter came in to visit me today to say hey, because she's not in school yet. She's like, Mom, you look like you're going to preschool. I said, okay. But I want this to represent that there's so many times that we get ideas and projects and programs. And then when they come in, and the green represents our volunteers, and those come in from volunteers or community members or surveys. And then we go to our transformation strategies, which is what we focus on. We've done that through, and it's on your sheet about how we run, which is being a family-friendly and dining and entertainment downtown. Does that fit? Or does that fit our master plan? We have an approved downtown master plan that this council has approved a few years ago, which we'd like to do an updated this year. But does that fit? And then it goes to the 4 committees, which is part of the Main Street approach, that they all work on different components of the downtown. Again, volunteers working with these ideas. Then it goes to staff, myself, or the board of directors, different city departments, to Amy, to Public Works, to see if that would work. Then it of course goes to city council for approval. And then it goes to other agencies, the business council for grants, the Wayne Arts Council, the county. So we're always working. And then of course it all comes back down, and then we go back to the projects and programs, which a lot of them are still done by the volunteers. So it just was kind of fun to put that together to show that we have the board and we have 4 committees. So we have 5 different things that are going on and keeping us going to give us this amazing, huge list of all the stuff we do, which is in your packet. These are all the things we do every year. And some years it's more, some years it's less. You can see on the bottom, we contribute and spearhead or assist the city also on a lot of things, the wayfinding, 150th. So that's on your list. I don't have to really go over that. But the last couple things I want to go over is we also have the RTech building, which is the Rainbow Teton Entrepreneur Center. And I did touch on with council a couple weeks ago about the CARES money and how we worked. That Rainbow Teton Entrepreneur Center was a business council grant. It is in the downtown, but it's for everybody. And I continue to let people know that anybody can use it. And I worked with so many people with that CARES money, those business council grants, to help them assist in their business this past year in 2020. And they weren't in downtown, but that's part of our like Danielle was kind of saying, or Patty was saying, there's different things underneath this. That RTech building that DDA owns and was created by a Wyoming Business Council grant helps everybody in the city. And I can tell you, it's been a launch pad for a lot of businesses to get their start. They may have not stayed in the RTech building, but they have launched their business because of Rainbow Teton Entrepreneur Center. And then of course, on top of that, we have the streetscaping projects we've done over the years, the facade, the splash pad, everybody all working together. And then I go to events, and I have for you guys a list of 2021 events. They're already organized, they already have dates, they're ready to go. But it'd be remiss in saying that the events are so important because I can take an event we spearheaded, we put together because of COVID. We applied for a grant for $10,000 to do this Downtown Money Mania, which is actually to get money back into the downtown really quickly by giving out $20, thanking people for coming downtown. We didn't get the $10,000 grant from a foundation back east, but the RTech board felt, the Rainbow Teton Building Board, the Economic Vitality Board felt that it was so important to get money back into our downtown businesses that they took money, which we can, not any money that you guys give us to operate, but took money out of the RTech building, which is what it's used for, to improve economic vitality and economic development. So any money that is coming in from rents from the RTech building, even though it was a business council grant, all those strings are cut. We can do anything with that money, and we feel like we can take funding or rents that are paid and use that for more economic development. So we took that $7,000, did the Downtown Money Mania for 12 weeks this summer. We gave out $7,000. I ran a really tight ROI, and for every $20 we gave out, the average came back that they spent an additional $56. That's a 300% ROI. So, I mean, that was huge, and, I mean, some of these numbers, I kept asking, that was when Marco was with us, because he was over that program, I kept saying, are you sure that number's right? Are you sure, but, I mean, Byright got so good that they would actually write on the back of their certificates and tell us, and everybody, so, I mean, I could flip certificates over to do a check, but, I mean, that's just one program that we really quickly, to help the downtown merchants get some people back in the door after being closed. Another thing that we're trying, and we got grant money for, we get, besides the money that you guys allocate to this, we get anywhere from $20,000 to about $35,000 in additional money for advertising and programs. We are gonna try, because it's been tried really in Carbon County ever, we're gonna try geofencing. And so when people come off the highway, we are getting ready, hopefully I'll get about March 1st, we're gonna geofence, and we're gonna geofence people for restaurants. And so we're gonna try some new technology to get people in our town and not let them just get gas and stop and then head out of town and go to Laramie and go to Rock Springs and eat some, or go to Casper and eat somewhere else. So we're gonna try geofencing, so we're super excited, we're working with a company. I got Carbon County Visitors Council grant money to help pay for a large contribution of that. So I think that is a lot of what I wanted to kind of, just to let you guys know what we're doing. Again, I have these to give you, but questions.
You said geofencing, is that for restaurants? Is that, I know you work your 6 blocks, right?
It's,
But
it's
is that only for
16.
downtown, or what, you know what I mean?
It will be to test this, it will be. We did talk about, so yes, it will be the downtown restaurants. It'll be the 8 restaurants in the downtown. Because that's what the money was applied for through the Visitors Council. Laurie,
I'm very much interested in the Ferguson building, and has DDA worked at all with the county on that?
I'm sorry, I haven't read it.
Has the DDA worked any at all with the county on that Ferguson building? My biggest interest in that is the fact that if, I noticed here the other day, the county has kind of neglected looking at it, because they had a couple of busted windows and the curtains were blown, and the cost of that building to the city of Rawlins, if they dumped it on us, would be in the millions. And so I worry about the fact that we went at it, when I was on the museum board, we went at it strong, and then we kind of slowly tapered off, and I don't know where they're at, and I don't know if they involved the DDA into being that the building's downtown.
So, one, that's kind of a loaded, or could be a loaded question. The county, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the county has come to us and had discussions about, what we could do with it, or is there a partnership? We do have it on the work session to talk about, in 2 weeks. There is some ideas, I have been talking to some investors, so we can't afford one, we, the city, can't afford to let that thing, I mean, I know what it costs Laramie to take that, the theater down and how much it costs $2 million to take that thing down. One, there's too much history, but there's always been some ideas, if the museum didn't go through with their plans, what could that building be? And so I have, because it's part of the district, worked on some things on the side. Now, spent a lot of time because that wasn't my job and that wasn't any marching orders from my board. But I would like to have a discussion with you guys. The county has had discussions with us. So just go ahead.
I just want. to make
Yeah,
sure
no,
that-
I don't want, it can't get any, I mean, it's pretty clean. I mean, there's,
We talked to the chairman of the museum board and told him about breaking the building down to the different communities that we have, the 10 communities that we have in the county, give them each a room.
Right.
They can do their own little thing in their room, so that we're advertising the whole county as a whole. But being that we're the county seat, it would have to go through here to get to it, and then they can branch out from there to their museum.
so Jabari, I can tell you, and I can tell the council that the museum has officially told the county commissioners they are not gonna put the museum in that building. I can tell you that it has been decided 100% that the museum will not, at this time, now, maybe they changed their mind, but as of a couple commissioner meetings ago, they have relinquished that building. The museum board, Carbon County Museum has relinquished that building back to the, I don't know if I could say, I could be saying this wrong. Can't relinquish it back because it was their building, but they are not gonna use the Hugus Ferguson.
Museum gave it back to the county.
Well, it was always, it's the county commissioner's building.
That's right.
They purchased it.
That's right.
So, yeah, so, but I can tell you that the museum at this point in time is not going to go into the Hugus Ferguson. Unless something changed at the commissioners meeting today, the last time I talked to a commissioner. So I would like to sit down. I'm running some numbers, I'm looking at some things. Can I stand up here and be honest with the new council, the old council? I don't know if it's the right decision. But there is a couple people, my idea is to split the building and sell the top and get that out of our hair. And there's some people that are interested in developing for condos upstairs. And we wouldn't own it. I don't know, that's an idea. That's why I wanna sit down. And is this a smart thing for the DDA? Is this a smart thing for the let me rephrase it. When I say the DDA, it's for the downtown. I work for the downtown. I work for the betterment of this community. It's so ironic that when people say, oh, the DDA, well, it's not really for the DDA. Even Copper one day said to me, Pam, you realize I never write a check. If I could write a check to downtown Rollins, I would write a check to downtown Rollins. I wouldn't write a check to Rollins DD Main Street. I write, when I sponsor events, when I do things, it's for the downtown. It's not for the conduit. So I don't know if it's the right decision. If the county said, hey, we'll give it to you, maybe a gift the city we don't want.
No, I don't think I'd go that way.
No, I think,
The joint powers board would work.
the next council would make that decision, but I guess my 2 cents now would be, let the county own it, let the county figure out what to do with it. If they want some help, that's one thing, but I don't think the city would ever want to take on any part of liability of that building. I think it'd be a mistake.
Very much like the Union Pacific gave that train on the other end of town. Now, the asbestos problem makes it an incredible burden. That building downtown should be fixed up by the county,
I agree 100%.
brought into code and then maybe.
In the process.
Because they did some remodeling.
They have, so it's interesting because I kind of know, because they've used the facade money, that's another project, they've used the facade money for matching, so I kind of have not 100% handle what they spent. I know the city's given them $50,000 for the roof, we gave them $65,000 for facade, and then I think they're into the building for about $250,000. That's, now, there's some disagreement that my number is way too low, and they say like $2 million, I'm like, I don't know how you put $2 million in that building, because I know what you guys have done. But again, I'm not saying they're wrong, I think just the numbers may look different to some people. So, and everybody, I may not know a number that's out there that maybe they did, so I don't wanna misspeak.
Do you know if the asbestos, was removed?
So some asbestos was removed in the basement.
So it's not removed throughout the whole building.
Well, this I can't answer, I shouldn't say.
I could see a $2 million expenditure on, with all of that, with the whole building being removed and what they've done for improvements, but.
But I can tell you, we thought, when we did the Rainbow Tea Time, we thought we were gonna have like a 60, 70, because it's a lot smaller, we thought we were gonna have $60,000, $70,000 asbestos bill for when we did the Rainbow Tea Time, and we were under that percentage, and so we didn't have to. We just had to actually capture it. So I don't know if it's been tested, so it may not be that much. And architects on that project were like 100% sure that was gonna be a big ticket item, and then it didn't come in, so, for the Rainbow Tea Time.
So when you talk about like revenue from the Rainbow Teton, you're talking about like,
Our rents.
your rents underneath it, right? And your office is above, right?
Yes, that's correct, yes. Terry, Daryl, any questions on how,
I don't have any.
Well, thank you guys, thank you, for you guys' continued support, again, is,
I didn't mean to throw something out there. I didn't mean to throw something, I just wanted to know where they were at on that person.
no, that's okay, it's part of the downtown, I would hope.
That's why I brought it.
Yeah, no, I definitely want, if I don't know, I would hope you know, that I would have a handle, you know, if I'm doing my job and what you guys pay me for, I should have a handle on, or at least some idea what's going on every building. Pretty close to the building, at least some I can't get.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pam.
Just thank you, everyone, all of our department heads have taken the time to get ready to provide this information. We hope it's been helpful for existing council members and for the new incoming council members. That was our intent, is to help you learn as much as you can before you get started at the city. And then we'll have one other opportunity in the next couple of weeks here. I have some specific dates, I don't have it right in front of me, but we want to offer a day basically where I can take you around and you can go and, you know, if you want to learn more about Public Works and really see how they operate it, then we'll provide that opportunity. So I'll have a little bit more information a little bit on that. So I think that's all the.
You know, if that'll be like broken up, so the stuff we've already seen, we just.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be like a schedule.
Yeah, since we decide on a date that would work best for everyone, then I can kind of schedule it out that, you know, like in the morning, like all works, for example, but yeah. That's so you can just come to what you
Yeah,
what you
just the
could.
stuff we haven't seen already.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, so I think that's all that we have.
Okay. So we'll take a short little break for about 22 minutes.
And we're just gonna stay live on TV and I'll mute us on Facebook before I forget. Just so you know, I'm not
that has basically the way each item would come on the agenda. So it's a recommendation, executive summary, background history, staff review and analysis, financial impact, summary, conclusion, pros and cons, alternatives. So there's a bit there. I just think we might be able to improve the way that each item comes to the agenda each time, and if it's okay, I might just try and take a stab at that and see if you like it with future items. So, and the staff, we talked about that this morning at staff meeting, and they were open to giving that a shot too, if that's all right. The next item, I passed out a community survey, which is before you. I'm not sure if everyone's had a chance to look at it, but the intent with having a community survey is that each year we can get the feedback from our citizens on how they think that we're doing with our variety of services in the city. And then each year, if we administer this, we should be able to see some progress, you know, good or bad in different areas. That's the whole idea behind it. When I was reviewing one of these citizen satisfaction surveys from, I was looking at South Ogden City, there's a lot of interesting stuff that comes from these. There's some really interesting nuggets that actually come from it. There's people that have really awesome ideas that can, you know, we can gain that information, and then once we get to our council retreat with the department heads, we'll have that information to make better, for the council to make better decisions regarding our community. So I think it'll be a really good thing. We'd like to send out the survey to, well, using all the different sources that we have, from social media to our newsletter, so that we hit as many demographics as we can. So we're not just getting one demographic, basically, if we use Facebook, for example. So if there's if you have any comments on that, we're planning to send it out sometime maybe later this week and start gathering that feedback. But I think it'll be a really positive thing. I know that the community will love to be able to voice their opinions on how we're doing. So another item I just wanted to bring up, kind of as a follow-up from the last council meeting. So there is some discussion on the containers having locking bars. Per our ordinance, I just wanted to read this and let you know that I've talked with our code enforcement officer and how we intend to enforce this issue that was brought up last time. So our ordinance says, where a container does not meet the specifications of this chapter or presents a health or safety hazard, the city shall place a notice of condemnation in a prominent position on the container, notifying the owner that the container may no longer be utilized for the purpose of refuse storage. If the owner of the container is a licensed municipal waste hauler, the city shall provide them a written notice of the condemnation at the address provided at the annual application. If the container is not replaced after 7 days, the owner shall be in violation of this chapter, and the city may take the container to the city landfill and assess all applicable costs in disposal of the container, in addition to other remedies available to the city. So I visited with our code enforcement officer this evening, actually, just to get the most up-to-date information. And both of Dirty Boys and the Wyoming Waste stated that they're all in compliance with their containers. So what the code enforcement officer is going to place some emphasis on this right now, and he's going to go and check every container at the city to verify that they are all in compliance. And if they're not, we'll follow our city ordinance. Okay, and then the next little item, I think it would be really beneficial for us to do a salary study of the city. I think that there's been some small attempts at salary studies, but I'd like to do a comprehensive one that's really dives into job positions. Are we comparable with other cities in Wyoming? Are we comparable with, just really diving deep into that? And I reached out to an entity that I've used before that I thought was really good, and I think it's a really fair way to look and compare at each position and where they really belong in a salary scale. And it would be roughly $20,000 to $25,000 to have that done. I just wanted to bring that up today because I would like to actually do a resolution next time just to request that funding, because I think this would be a perfect time if we could work on that starting right now. And then if I can get the result of the salary study, say March or April, then we can utilize that for our budget purposes for next year and maybe make some adjustments. I think we stand to learn a lot from that, so just want to bring that up. I mentioned earlier at the work session that we would like to provide the new and existing council members an opportunity to come with me and go around to the city facilities to let you learn as much as you would like about our, all the different things that the city does. The dates that the staff identified was January 15th and January 22nd. I believe those both were Fridays without looking at my calendar here. And I wondered if I could just get a little feedback right now of if those days would work okay. We can schedule out basically a day of, we're gonna spend 2 hours of public works, we'll go to rec center after that, and then I can send out the schedule and you can come to what you like to basically. Any opposition on those dates?
Councilman Singer, it might be more appropriate to ask that question after the change.
Okay,
Yeah, I think wait until the new council is setting up here, then
perfect.
maybe hop in there quick and ask that question.
Okay, sounds good. The next little update, the last meeting we talked about community gas funds. So I looked into sealing up the mural at the Martinez Park, and so Parks and Rec reached out to the owner of the painting, and it sounds like he's already purchased the sealant and he was planning on doing it. So I think that where he's purchased that sealant already, if it's okay, we could let him go ahead and do it. And then we can just allocate that $500, just put it with the rest of the money that we had allocated for the dog park, future dog park. So another little item that came up, Amy had actually sent out an email where the Wyoming Association of Municipalities was concerned that the legislature was looking at different ways to cut the funding of the city. And so I looked into that. I actually called WAM myself to really understand what they were talking about, what was going on there. And so what they were looking at decreasing was the federal mineral loyalty funds. The current budget that we have on that is $320,000. That's currently in our budget, and they were looking to decrease 20% of that funding. So for us, that would be equivalent of $64,000 cut to our budget. So when I understood that, I'm like, okay, we're not talking about millions of dollars. We're talking about $64,000. So really. And then I found out that because WAM pushed really hard, and I'm really grateful that we have that organization, they were able to convince them to only try and do a 10% cut. So for us, that would be $32,000. So again, I'm not so concerned anymore. Although I would also make the comment that watching the legislature is always it's always interesting because you never know what's going to happen until the very end. I'll keep the best eyes that I can on what they're doing financially for us. But ultimately, it's once they finish up and make their final decisions, we'll know how to budget accordingly. So another item that was brought to us before was COVID funding, to use some of our COVID funding for utility billing. And the staff did discuss that, we researched it, and our recommendation is that we, if the council would like, we could allocate some of our funds to some existing programs that help those in need. So there's the LEAP program, there's Energy Share of Wyoming, Salvation Army, Department of Family Services. You know how we do make some contributions to charitable organizations each year. I think that would be probably the best use of our funds is if you wanted to do that, is to allocate it to an organization that's already doing it, rather than kind of reinventing the wheel, basically.
The problem I have with that, and I don't know a whole lot about it, so I might be speaking out of turn here, but when donating to those type of groups, that money doesn't stay in the community, it goes statewide, is that correct? Like LEAP and
The Salvation Army would be local.
the Salvation Army local, but like LEAP and the Energy Share would be statewide. So I'd be hesitant on anything that's statewide.
Maybe if you'd like, what we could do is just research it a little, like reach out to those places and say, are you looking for funding? Just kind of deep dive just a little deeper and bring it back again. Would that be your interest or?
My take on that was that we had a fund, it wasn't a large fund, it was just a fund there for people that were having problems of some kind, paying the water bill, we could assist them with. And it was the city doing that. It wasn't given to any organization that had the money. It was the staff. They had a way of doing it. I don't know how they did it, but then that kind of faded away, and after a while, we didn't fund it. I think we could go back to that with this virus and that they gave us in school. But we got. So that was what I was
So we can, staff did express some concerns about doing it themselves because it takes more manpower to do that. Sometimes it can, unfortunately, I think, can teach some bad behaviors for people that abuse our system. There are some current concerns, is what I'm saying, with doing that. And they felt better about doing it the other way, of maybe donating to one. If there is an organization that specifically can help people that are low income situation, but we're happy to do whatever the council would like. And then I think that's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sean. Now move on down to Planning Commission annual report. We have Danielle coming up.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, part of the Planning Commission's bylaws is to provide an annual report to you guys. I am just going to give you a quick overview, so if you have questions, please let me know. And for 2021, they are planning to work on Title 16 trailer parks, and then they're working on proposing a small amendment to Title 19, specifically to RV parks, you guys. For the last year, they reviewed 2 special use permit applications, 2 residential infill applications, 1 boundary line adjustment, for 5 total applications. They also had 2 ordinance amendments that came to you guys. Well, 1 actually is coming tonight. And then they did some bylaw amendments and reviewed the master plan. Again, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Oh, they had no recommendations to you guys either. And I did want to thank Mr. Espinoza for serving on that board, and we will miss him. So.
Is there any questions for Danielle? Okay, we'll move on down to Board of Adjustments annual report. Danielle again.
Yes, sir. So, again, I'm just gonna do a quick overview. They did have a total of 8, met a total of 8 times with 9 variances and 2 ordinance amendments. They did approve, I have a typo, 8 of the 9 it's actually 7 of the 9 variances, that they, and then they recommended both ordinance amendments. They also did not have any recommendations this year for you guys. And I'm excited that you get to stay on that board, so. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Danielle.
Thanks.
Any questions for Danielle on either of those reports? Okay. Now we'll move on down to the agenda, approval of the agenda. Councilwoman Wells.
I motion to approve the January 5th, 2021 City Council agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any objections to that motion that was made? If not, Marla. Yes. Yes.
Online and voice voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Agenda's been approved. We have no unfinished business, so now we'll move on down to the new business. Now, starting out with the recognition of outgoing council.
I'd like to take a second on this.
You remember us?
Yeah, and, never know. I definitely will.
Yeah, I definitely put that in the budget. Do you think every night you go to bed and have them walking?
Yeah.
No peeps.
So I just wanted to just take a second and thank the council, the outgoing council for all their service. One thing sometimes people don't realize, being a council member, being a mayor, it has a lot of challenges. You're having to make really hard decisions, and it's a super, super honorable thing to do and to serve our community. And so I just personally wanted to thank you for your service. And the staff has got some plaques for you that we'd like to give to you, and I am guessing that a picture is on the way as well. So we could maybe have you come up, those that are exiting, and maybe also, I don't know if you want to, if you wanted to say a word or two about your service. I think that the community might like to hear that too.
Okay. Louis, would you like to start out by singing?
Oh, you're,
Well, I personally, I was very pleased to be able to work for the citizens of Rollins, city of Rollins, all the staff, all the employees, and my constituents. It's been 20 years, and getting this plaque and now leaving city council, I wish the next council member lots of luck. But I thank you all for allowing me to do what you did let me do. Thank you.
Councilman Singer?
This is a huge learning experience. If you've never done this or never sat right here, it's a huge learning experience. You would normally say it's a learning curve. It's just a slow. Because you don't know what's gone on for 20 plus years before you. So you learn all of that in ways sometimes you don't want to. And we've learned quite a bit. And it's hard work in that you spend a lot of time reading and researching and trying to figure out what the best decision is, which you're going to be wrong, just so you know, in advance, you're going to be wrong. So, but it's been a really good experience. So, thank you for letting me do it, and Steve, it's up to you now. Ready to go? Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to start out by saying, I'd like to thank the citizens of Rollins for giving me this opportunity and the opportunity to work with the employees of the city. It's been an honor. I have more to say, but thanks. All righty, I guess it's picture time.
Well, let's do that. See if we can back out here.
You want us to hold our little things here?
Yes. Do you want to go stand up there? I mean, recreate. Yeah. They're just. Maybe.
Maybe right here, probably. Over here. Yeah.
Oh.
See, now with our mask on, people aren't gonna know who we are.
Typically, I would say grin and.
Yeah.
We're smiling. Thank you.
You guys want your boxes?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Working with you these last few years. Steve, Louis,
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve, appreciate everything.
Yes, I was gonna say that.
Ready to go ahead and start. Next order of business is oath of office for council elect. For the new council. Judge Jason, I will present they come forward, the council members of the room need to come forward.
All right, so honorable council, well, I say honorable mayor, but council members, I'll let you know that H. Michael Bennett's in quite a shave today. And I am actually Susan Case, I'm the circuit court judge here in Carbon County. And I was asked at the last to do the oath of office today due to the fact that Judge Bennett was not able to travel over from Laramie today. So I'm more than happy to help with the oath of office.
Let me see if I can get them in here.
I'll just go ahead and call their names. All right, so if we could get Terry Wycombe to come forward. And I can actually, I think that we should do it one at a time. This is a huge deal that you're taking on the responsibilities of sitting on our city council. It's a monumental event, and give each of you the due that you deserve, that you're going to be serving the community here and going forward. And so, Mr. Wycombe, at this time, if I could get you to go ahead and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
Terry Wycombe,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
that I have not knowingly violated any law relating to my election,
that I have not,
that I have not knowingly violated
that I have not knowingly violated any law concerning the election
related to my election or appointment,
related to my election or appointment,
or caused it to be done by others,
or caused it to be done by others,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So when you sit down, if there isn't a pin poking you, you know you got the right chair.
All right, and having duly sworn in and taken the oath of office, do you have a seat for Mr. Wycombe up here?
Please be seated here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and next if we could have Chris Weisenberg, please come forward. Mr. Weisenberg, soon to be Councilman Weisenberg, if you could go ahead and raise your right hand. I, Chris Weisenberg, do solemnly swear or affirm
Do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support,
that I will support,
obey, and defend
obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
that I have not knowingly violated any law
that I have not knowingly violated any law
related to my election or appointment,
related to my election or appointment,
or caused it to be done by others,
or caused it to be done by others,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office
of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Very well. Congratulations. And is there a seat up at the council for Mr. Weisenberg? Mr. Weisenberg, there's your seat. And last but not least, Mr. Daryl Gardner. And Mr. Gardner, if you could go ahead and raise your right hand. I, Daryl Gardner, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming, that I have not knowingly violated any law related to my election or appointment, or caused it to be done by others, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Congratulations. And then Councilman Gardner, if you'd like to take your spot as well.
On behalf of the City of Rollins, the governing body, we would like to sincerely send our thanks and appreciation to the Honorable Judge Steik for being here tonight. It was a great full circle for her to return back to her old spot.
Well, thank you guys so much, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I did want to also thank the outgoing council members and the members of the city council. I know the work that you do is difficult, but truly it is an act of service to run for this office and to actually serve the community. And I personally appreciate all that you guys do. And thanks for having me over, and I'll be sure to let Judge Bennett know that he missed out on a great ceremony. So everybody have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the business, I would entertain a motion sometime to go into executive session. Councilman Smith.
Complaint or charges brought against an employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness, any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate in the city in executive session.
I'll second.
That's the first and second. Do we have to
Online and voice voting is closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Yeah, so go ahead.
I'll mute it. I didn't unmute it.
Next order.
Oh, online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Next, order of business is the election of mayor, 2-year term. Do you have any nominations? Councilmember Wheeler,
I would like to nominate Linda Smith for the election of mayor for the 2-year term.
Second.
motion to nominate Linda Smith, second, Mr. Rosenberg.
So do we do them both together, or?
If,
Councilmember
Well,
Yes, we can, we have a first and a second for mayor. Are there any other, motions or appointments?
That's what.
okay, so yeah, so that was my question. So I would nominate Terry for mayor. I move to nominate Terry as mayor.
Councilmember White, Wikstrom, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Brenner. Can we have a paper ballot? Write the names down. Do it that way, because we've probably done it in the past, unless you want to go to the
Of course. That's fine. I don't want to record.
Yes, pursuant to Rollins Municipal Code Section 2.04030, elections shall be held by motion or by nomination and ballot. So that is,
So we did that.
you can do a ballot.
Do the ballot, yes.
I just need to. What are we gonna just handle all the merit? Yeah, just write the name.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean, do you wanna come grab these and I guess?
Myra,
Oh, reminder, never mind.
We'll have 2 staff.
I was just trying to save you my
I don't want to do this in the computer. I don't want to do this in the computer, so it might be a little iffy right now.
We need.
No, I
That's right.
no, there's, both of those nominations are the same. So choose who you want for mayor.
Most. It was a good one. Assembly.
Written voting has closed and Councilmember Wycombe has been elected mayor.
You better get the rest of it. Screw you.
first of all, thank you all. I appreciate it. I will work my tail off to make you glad you made that decision. So thank you very much. All right, then the next thing we'll do is vote for vice mayor. And we will do it by ballot also, so whoever made the last paper ballots, can you make some more? Well, first of all, I guess we need to accept nominations for vice mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I make 2 nominations?
One at a time.
Okay, I would like to nominate Jackie Wells for vice mayor. I move to nominate Jackie Wells as vice mayor.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Are there other nominations? Councilman
Mr.
Barrett?
Mayor, I would also like to nominate Linda Smith. I move to nominate Linda Smith.
Is there a second? Okay, with that, we will go to the paper ballots and vote.
Honorable Mayor, who made the second? I'm sorry. Thank you. Did you all find paper?
Mark?
No. Who would have known the paper would be such a task?
I was not prepared for this.
Just set precedents. I think people used to this.
Ballot vote is now closed and Councilmember Wells has been elected vice mayor.
The next thing on our agenda is to appoint the Carter County Council of Governments voting delegate. Does anybody have any preferences there? Does somebody want to do it? Councilman Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, my thinking is I'd like to see you serve on the county governments. And the reason behind that is Mayor Wycombe has served on the COG board before, as chairman. I have too, but I think Mr. Wycombe was a very good spokesperson when he served on that board, representing the county commissioners, and now he'll be representing the city. And so I think I would like to make a motion that we appoint Mr. Wycombe as a spokesperson for the county government. Saying that, I would like to also, if the council so chooses, to serve as the voting delegate to the COG. I attend all the COG meetings and enjoy them. I enjoy the people working with them, and I think Terry being the spokesperson for the COG would lead me in the right direction. Thank you. My motion is to appoint Terry as the COG representative.
for any discussion? Or we will open up online voting.
Would you like to voice vote?
I'm voting yes.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Next, we will appoint a council member to the Board of Adjustments. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Wild.
I'll make a motion to appoint Chris Weisenberg to the Board of Adjustments.
Then a second.
Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question for Councilman Chris. Do you, I know just from talking to you, you've got some passion behind the planning and zoning and some of that kind of stuff. Would either, to the planning and zoning and Board of Adjustments, would you have a preference there? I would just tell you that the Board of Adjustments, it would be something that I personally wouldn't mind to be involved in if you were more interested in the other, but I don't have a diehard love or anything, so I just know that you do, so I'm curious.
I just, I have a passion for that, you know, for all of it, you know, with the ordinances in place. I think we need to ask some questions, you know, and be very involved in those kind of discussions. Either or, you know, if, whichever one you would like.
Okay. So you're gonna go on either board?
Councilman Smith.
I would really, support you for the planning and zoning commission, Chris, because I think you are dynamic and you do your homework. We need somebody strong on the planning commission and someone who attends and someone who can reinvigorate the board. And I have no problems with you being on the board of adjustments, but I think we have people who can do both at the same time for the board. But I really would love to be on the planning commission.
Is there any further discussion?
So
There's a motion and second on the floor, so I'm gonna call for the question.
Yeah, the motion is to appoint him to the Board of Adjustments.
Correct.
Everyone wants, you would like to serve for the Board of Adjustments?
Well, but I've called for the question, so we open up online voting. Oh, it's not touchscreen on the phone. I'm getting used to it.
Online voting is now closed and the motion fails with 6 nays and Councilmember Martinez voting yea.
Okay, so I would entertain another motion. Yes, ma'am. Councilman Wells.
I'd make a motion to appoint Aaron Durst to the Board of Adjustments.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Will you open online voting, please?
Who seconded that motion?
The Bari.
Sorry.
Thank you for your patience, council members.
Will I abstain from this? Or do I vote if I care? I mean,
You're just representing the city.
You can vote on this
Yeah,
without,
okay.
yeah.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next appointment to be made is the Planning and Zoning Commission and Councilman Smith.
I move that we appoint Chris Eisenberg to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Do I hear a second? Second by Darrell. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, will you open up online voting, please?
Urban systems on that?
Oh, I apologize, council, I went to the wrong item.
Sorry.
I will,
We need to. This is so different.
okay. Let's see if I did it right this time. Looks good. Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to appoint somebody to the Urban Systems Committee. Councilman Smith.
I would like to nominate Darrell Garner to the Urban Systems Committee.
I would second that.
There's been a first and second made to appoint Darrell Garner to the Urban Systems Committee. Is there any further discussion?
So we just vote this guy in.
You open online voting.
Let's make it a adult out of him again.
I move that nomination cease.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is to approve the payroll. Do I hear a motion? Councilman Durst?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the 12/17/2020 compliance payroll register for $54,304.32. And the 12/6/2020 through 12/19/2020 payroll register for $228,870.57 for a total of $283,174.89.
I'll second.
Councilman Wells, would you do it for the second? All in, we open, is there any discussion?
I do have discussion on the payroll. When we look into payroll and look off the side and comment, it says termination. On that, is there a possibility we could have that changed or to like say final instead of that? I think it's an eyesore to the city.
Yes, absolutely. I talked with payroll yesterday, and she said that she's gonna change the wording to final instead of termination, so it's done.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Is there any further discussion? Clerk, will you open online voting?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is to approve the accounts payable. Councilman Wells?
Sorry. I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of December 12th, 2020 to December 23rd, 2020 in the amount of $118,331.95.
Barry, will you second it? There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the paying of the accounts payable. Is there any discussion?
Hearing none, clerk, will you do the online voting?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is the resolution to authorize the city manager to restructure Public Works Department by adding one new FTE position and amend pay schedule for existing Public Works Director.
Honorable,
Sorry, Councilman Wells.
I move to authorize city manager to restructure the public works department by adding one new FTE position and amending the pay scale for the existing public works director for fiscal year 2021 in accordance with WS 154202B, hereby amending the 2020-21 City of Rollins pay plan.
Is there a second? Barry? Been a motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. Is there any discussion? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'll be brief on this one because I know we've visited about this, but what we'll do with this one, if you'd like to approve it, is we'll take the utilities superintendent that is currently an open position and not fill that position and essentially shift those funds over to the community development director because it's more of a need for us than it is to have that position. And so that's what even though it comes as a request, like a dollar amount in the agenda, we're actually not, this is gonna be a no budget impact. It's just essentially, we need this position more than we need the other. So.
Thank you. Councilman Smith.
The utility position is paid through enterprise, correct? The community development position is not, is that correct? So, you know what I'm getting at? You can't just take the money from the utilities and switch it over to the community development director position because it's been paid by enterprise. Unless you make community development director enterprise fund of some kind and you don't have that. So that's what I'm cautioning you about.
Yeah.
And it's just information so you can say so that we're not covered by the state.
I got the, some of our positions, like community, and we'll be real specific, community development director or public works director, their budget can be allocated over various funds because they serve different functions for the city. So I think that we could move most of that over to, we could take care of most of that.
I just wanted to make sure.
I think that's a really good comment, thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
I don't want to prolong this, but I think Councilmember Smith is correct. We can take funds, put it into a fund, an enterprise fund, but we can't take the money from the enterprise fund. So, it sounds like to me, the way it was explained, we're taking funds from the enterprise fund and putting it into community development. That's not
So,
an enterprise fund.
yeah, I think that's,
I guess that would be my question, whether we're doing that right or not.
again, I think that is a really good point. I appreciate that comment. I think, and Jody's here, like I mentioned, different positions, we can allocate them to different budgets. And a community development director is serving in a variety of different capacities. But do you want to touch on that, Jody? Do you have any? Okay. So the question is,
I think Councilmember Smith's correct in that the fact that the utility supervisor is an enterprise funded 100% employee. And so that would be charged against the enterprise fund, water, sewer, those types of things. I believe what Sean's trying to indicate is that by adding this position, he would be asking the council not to fund that position. So the water department or that enterprise account would have that credit. But it wouldn't we wouldn't be adding the extra costs for another, it would still be a general fund employee. But the bottom dollar would remain the same. we would capture the savings with the enterprise account, but the general fund would now have to pay for, that salary.
Would that require a budget amendment under that set of circumstances?
It would require the council, if you are allocating or eliminating a full-time position in lieu of, that you eliminate that full-time position. So you would eliminate that full-time utilities supervisor position, and it would not be included in our full-time employee roster for this year.
Councilman Wells?
Would I need to readjust my motion then? To do that?
I would, if you wouldn't mind considering, because we're eliminating that position, identifying that it will be an elimination of that position so that bookkeeping and, staff coming later understand fully that that position is no longer available.
So can I amend my motion?
You can ask for a friendly amendment, and then whoever seconded it would have to agree. Is that correct, Amy?
That's correct, Your Honor. Mayor.
To reflect that. Thank you, Amy, or city attorney.
You seconded it, didn't you?
And I agree with the amendment. Mine was more for clarification, because I was confused, I know that you can't withdraw money from an enterprise fund. The way you're doing it sounds right.
Councilman Smith?
It would seem to me though, if the city treasurer, so much of the community development positions would be allocated to that fund, like we do other positions, we go in, like I so we fund one whole position. That would not be appropriate. So I wouldn't want you to eliminate that utilities position, particularly if we're going to use some portion of that to offset duties that that position may be doing for that enterprise fund. You see what I'm saying? So I think her motion would be fine as is and allow the treasurer to come up with a mechanism of use of that position.
Without eliminating the position, it is an open position, and so the city manager has the authority to fill that position without coming back to you. And if that's what you want to do moving forward, that's what you should do. But if your intention is that you're creating this position with the intention of eliminating this position, the motion should include the elimination. And then at any time, city staff can bring a request for a new full-time position to you if circumstances change, especially an enterprise account where they can identify the total cost of revenue, the total cost of expenses, and justify that new full-time position. So it's essentially council's choice of how you feel moving forward. You want to have that. Do you want to have that full-time position open where it can be filled at any time? Or do you want it limited to where the staff has to come back to you for that request?
And that's copacetic with your motion, correct?
Yeah, I'll keep my.
And Barb, you still accept that as your second? Is there any further discussion?
Clear as mud, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys understand what's going
No,
on?
so my understanding is your first or your second motion that we withdrew, or you?
We'll vote on the amendment.
Okay, so you're,
Yeah.
how you amended your motion to eliminate that position?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Mayor, we can repeat the motion. Never mind.
Or am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be glad to, Councilman Smith. The motion stands. Move to authorize city manager to restructure the Public Works Department by adding one new FTE position and amending the pay scale for the existing Public Works Director for fiscal year 2020-2021 in accordance with WS 154202B, hereby amending the 2020-21 City of Rollins pay plan, whereby eliminating the utility superintendent FTE position from the current 2020-2021 pay plan.
So the position is not gone, it's just not an open position. It would require us to come back to the council and ask you to consider, funding that position.
And to explain, we're gonna vote on that motion because it was a friendly amendment and it was agreed to by the second. So we don't have to vote on the amendment and then the motion. We're gonna strictly vote on the motion. Is there any further discussion? Would you open up online voting, please?
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is an ordinance. It's the first reading of amending Rollins Municipal Code 19.38, Historic Overlay District. Is there a motion? Councilman Durst?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve on first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Rollins Municipal Code 19.38 Historic Overlay District.
Councilman Wells?
I'll second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I got just a few questions, so I kind of understand this.
Like I said, I think Danielle's supposed to come present here first.
I'm sorry. She might answer your question.
You might answer, yeah. All right.
Sorry, sidetracked there.
Do you know how hard it was for us to time that when you were distracted?
Yeah, I know, right? So I missed, what was the question? I apologize.
We're talking about the municipal, first reading of amending the Rollins Municipal Code, Title 19, the historic overlay.
I'm very sorry on behalf of the city council. There's been a motion as well, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
we're
sorry.
in discussion.
So, what we're proposing is the historic overlay district, the intent of it was to, in the older parts of town, that the lot sizes are typically smaller than they are today when there's development. So it was set or developed so that those smaller lot sizes would have reduced setbacks, so that we would not hinder somebody building a home or a structure on that. So recently, it came to staff's attention, a big chunk of the historic overlay is in the numbered streets, so between 7th and like 14th in that area. And then I would say a majority of south side of Rollins, which is zoned residential mobile home. So currently in Title 19, the setbacks for residential mobile home in the front and rear are 10, and the side is 8. In our current historic overlay district, the front and rear is 15. So what was actually happening is the people in the historic overlay that were in that residential mobile home district were actually having increased setbacks rather than decreased. So we don't want to decrease the setbacks further. We just want to move them down to the 10 feet in the front and rear so that we are not asking that entire area of town to increase the setback in the historic overlay. So this amendment is just changing front and rear historic to the 10 feet. They would have to be in that overlay to qualify for this, otherwise they would meet the standard of their zone. This did go to the planning commission, who did recommend it to you guys. This is first reading. If it passes tonight, we will be back for second reading with the public hearing. And if you have questions, I will try to answer them. And again, I'm very sorry I missed the beginning of that.
Thank you, Danielle. Councilman Martinez, I'm so used to calling you Barry, I'm sorry.
And I agree with what you're saying. I think this is a very important ordinance, particularly in my ward where we have 25-foot lots, and some people just own 25 foot, or 25 feet. And this would take care of that problem. So it's probably something.
And it does definitely greatly affect the south side area, which again is for the most part zoned residential mobile home, which is really the only zone we're having this kind of issue crossover.
Councilman Durst.
So I guess I'm confused, why not just let the normal variance process? I mean, why not leave your setbacks the same and then let them come in for a variance and say, well, I'm in a historic district, here's what I've got.
So the reason we didn't, so we actually did have an applicant that did go through the variance process to get the reduced setback because they would have had to meet the 15 being in the overlay. But the intent of the overlay is to let them have reduced setbacks, so the 15 feet being out of line with the mobile home doesn't align with the intent of that, so that's why we went this route instead. So now if they came in and they wanted to reduce the 10 foot, they would certainly still have to go through the variance process. Or any other, again, it would be specific to their zone, they would have to go through that. So we were just trying to line up, because if you look at,
Am I reading, because it looks to me like it's getting changed from 5 feet to 10.
it's getting changed from 15 to 10. So I crossed off the 5 and replaced it with a 0. So we're just dropping, and it's just that front and rear setback. The side setback is a little bit, so it would go from 8 to 5 if they're in the historic overlay, which again is aligned with the intent of having reduced setbacks. So it's just reducing it by the 5 feet rear and front.
So it'll meet the standards of what the current setbacks are now?
Right, it would meet, it's very confusing because it's an overlay. So yes, it would meet the standard for a residential mobile home. Now our 7.5, their setbacks are a little bit different. So they have 25 feet in the front, where now if they're in the historic, and I say R75 because again, that's the majority of what the zoning is in the numbered areas. So now instead of going to 15 feet in the overlay, they would actually be able to go down to 10. So it would affect them as well. But again, the big push was to get it to line up with the RMH zone, which I believe those setbacks were changed right before I had started with the city and were reduced, because at one point they were a little bit higher. And again, we had a recent application that kind of brought this up and made us really look at it and evaluate it. So we were just trying to do the best thing for the citizens where they could still use their property, but they still have some setback requirements. Because it just seems silly to staff to say, okay, you're an RMH, but you're in a historic overlay, so we increased your setbacks.
Well, and I can say that when these blanket things take place, it's better than having everybody on the block have to do a variance when it should be covered at one fell swoop, and that's what I believe you're trying to do.
Yes, that is the intent, definitely.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I guess with that, I'd like to know also, I mean, I know it's a setback, but is there like a year that they are not allowed a certain year, past a certain year, older trailer, they're not allowed to set that, and also with decreasing these setbacks, I mean, with trailer houses and stuff like that, I mean, is it gonna create a fire hazard? Could possibly, I mean, I understand it's not a use, but it's bringing them into regulation or to the same code, you know, and setbacks as currents are, but would that create a fire hazard for the fire department also?
So I wish, is Alan here still? I would definitely defer to him. I can tell you that our code, and it's not in this section specifically, but within Title 19, we do not allow trailers older than May 15th of 1979. So that, now, clarification, if they are currently older than that and located within municipal boundaries, they can remain. You could not bring it from Saratoga here or something like that. And then also in Title 19, throughout the residential zones, there's multiple locations where it does say that there's 10-foot separation required between structures. So with the 10-foot in the front and rear, we would meet that same requirement still. But again, as far as fire concerns, I would defer to Alan. Oh, I didn't hear anything, sorry.
No, I just said I would concur with that. I don't, yeah, the setbacks of 10 feet are still gonna meet everything we would require by our code.
So you don't see a problem in that?
No, I don't see a problem with
Thank you.
it.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, would you open online voting, please? Danielle?
Just gonna hang out so I don't miss the next one too.
No worries.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to reject a bid on a landfill grader, and I guess Danielle, you will explain, wait a minute, we have to have a motion. Councilman Durst, next.
I move to reject all bids due to a lack of sufficient municipal appropriations.
Is there a second? Councilman Garner, seconded it?
Honorable Mayor.
Discussion, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm a little rusty here.
No, you're good. We'll get used to it. Honorable Mayor and City Council, so I am asking that you reject this bid due to a lack of funding. It did come in significantly over budget. This item is needed, however, what I would like to do is reject the bid at this time. We're getting ready to go into the new budget year and work on that with Jody, our finance director. So what I would do is appropriate the proper funding and hopefully be able to, if it gets approved, to bid this out in the next budget year, so that we're not so much over budget. Again, if you have questions, I have notified the bidders of what's going on and they do completely understand the situation. Not gonna say they love it, but they understand.
Any further discussion? Will you open up online voting, please? Thank you again, Danielle.
Thank you all.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is an executive session. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Wells?
Let's go to executive session at 9:13 PM for Wyoming statute 164405. Consider the appointment, employment, right practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges of a professional person or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following a hearing of the executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in the executive session on matters concerning litigation to which the governing body is a party or proposed litigation to which the governing body may be a party, and to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law.
Do I hear a second?
Your choice.
Sorry, seconded that. Open online voting.
Online voting is now closed and the motion carries with 7 yeas.
Some of these are pretty rough. Are we probably one of the basement again?
Yeah.
6-0?